Okay, I'm coming in. I have to do a few, I have to push a few buttons. Okay. All right. I did pretty well today. I've arrived. Okay. 1 second. Make sure I get this right. Yeah, I definitely want that. Oh. Okay. Well, I did the best I could. I was trying to get here early. Hey, usually I'm 6 minutes. Okay, I got it down to 6 minutes. Usually I'm like 30 minutes and plus. So, hey, I'm doing fine. I'm getting there. Um, so yeah, it's um it's the first day of the busy week, but it happens to be a Sunday. So, slow Sunday. I'm also doing a lot of mapping right now. So, I'm kind of mapping out how things are going to go. Also, I broke off some energy. I'm I was doing so well. I was not bringing it up. I was handling it myself I'm learning not to project out to you guys. So I got to figure that out. Like deal with my stuff. I'm like an open book. I will make a boring um human in the glass house because I tell everything, including my business. So I'm like projecting. I'm like, but when I say projecting, I'm saying, oh yeah, this is going on. This is yeah, it's like this. It's like, well, what does that have to do with today's show? It's like, so yeah, okay. So I'm learning how to. I mean, I'll tell you like like what happened in the smallest way. I'm like, yeah, it kind of threw me off. So yeah, I think that's my Gemini. Oh yeah, I do have my ascendant is Gemini. So yeah, I am a bit chatty for a guy, if you will, if that matters. If it does, if you make a big deal of it, I will bring it to your attention. And I'm like, look, I'm psychic too. I get that a lot. Uh, See, I'm about to do it again. I'm gonna do it a little bit. Hey, I'm baby steps. So sometimes people say, "Well, aren't the ladies intuitive and psychic?" Like, hey, I'm psychic. I'm among the psychics. I'm among them. Oh, hello. Uh, hope I pronounced your name correctly. T Town. 18. A pleasure. I'm gonna make sure that you. Oh, I said. No, no. Excuse me. I should write hello and hello and light and blessing. I like to say blessings. There you go. A pleasure. So, yeah, I'm getting my little day started. I started at 6 because I had it. Okay, the spirit world needed to say PM. I started going, I guess, started getting started at 6 p.m. And I said, well, it'll be slow. And I put it on the weekends. And so now I have to do it in reverse. I have to do 6 a.m. and I need to do weekdays. So I'm like, oh boy. So and then okay, so for the rest of the world outside of US, I start at 10 a.m. my time. Their time is like 4 p.m. So it's like after afternoon. When I first started, I would start at 3 a.m. my time, which is 9 a.m. for the rest of the world, pretty much. And Australia would say could you come a little earlier for us, and so that they can have their 10 p.m. Told you I'm an overshare. A pleasure. Okay. Mhm. A pleasure. Welcome. Okay. 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 Yes. Mm, right. Right. Because okay, so we've been tracking them, and I knew that they wouldn't get. Okay, so I should explain from their point of view. I've been getting the sense every time that I tap into them that they don't know what to do either. They don't I mean they don't have any they've done everything tried and true as they were told, and so they, of course, it's been inaccurate. It's not gotten them far. In fact, it's not gotten them any closer to their goal. So it's like they are not going to really have the ability to make any suggestions or like what direct, because I mean, they would like to know the options, through you. I have a feeling that, well, that's why they're leaving it to you, and you might find that, wow, they're very patient, or they don't have anything to say, and have they gotten back to me? Are they going to get back to me? It feels very much that like you would have to well, they're following your lead, number one, and then two, you would have to initiate or sort of prompt them to, like, okay, I'm going to need this and this and this. So because it's like you're taking something like what do you call it, a project, right, that is full of holes, that just incomplete in a lot of areas, and maybe wasn't even done correctly, and and it always kept giving the results that is inaccurate or not of standard. And so you're coming in with that is they're like, okay, like they're just following along. So you might get the feeling like, okay, I'm gonna have to instruct them to give me more information so that I can put this together correctly, and then see what we can do going forward. Mhm. It's like you have, well, it's like you have like there's like some structure, and then you have to kind of build the rest yourself. and I mean, they don't even know that you may need information to make to that point. Like you might feel that, gosh, I'm telling them asking them for very general things, and they honestly don't know, really where to go from here. And without you, pretty much their hands were tied, and everything. Okay, you said that the information they've given you, that's not enough. That's information that they've been working with as though they have the key to the city. They like we have the map to the treasure, and it's like you're like, I needed more information. The one who's going to represent them is saying this. So imagine they, of course, we think we know more than we think we know, and more that we should know, and turns out they don't know much. They don't have much. You're saying this is not much to go on to do this the way that a true barrister is going to do it. So yeah, so that's what we're up against. So yeah, we definitely need more information. Of course, they're easy to work with. They said that they nearly like they what they call it, like really relying on you, like they really want to believe that you can do something with them. working with them. They want to believe. So they're going to be, you might find that they're very, very open, forthcoming, willing to get you what you need to get, to get things done or at least get things moving in some direction. Yes, they're going to be, I think they're going to be pleasant. And oh, they did say ultimately, I know the first reading was mentioning that you would more or less kind of take charge. I know you've that there's been times where it was like butting heads with the client. They're like, we heard from another place or another source, and they're like, well, we kind of want to, well, we did our Google research, and you had to kind of butt heads with them. But these client is going to be opposite of that, but very easy, pleasant to work with. Right. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Right. Well, they said that they seem a little defenseless right now when I read for them. Like it feels like because right now your mind is very sharp and then you're very like you respond very quickly. Right at the moment, you've got something really nice going on in some lunar vibrations and more like the assertive keys here. A lot of this is describing like the little like taking notice to details, especially in the realm of like maybe actions that doesn't quite make sense. That they're kind of trying to like hold to some kind of ground. Maybe they're holding on to a truth, and maybe this irrelevant and it's overshadowing the information that is sticking out, sticking out to you. It's the available information that you're having to uncover yourself. Then it's coming out through the realm of communication. It's like, well, now that we think about it, it's like someone explaining something that is their experience, but they're explaining to you, from their perspective. And sometimes, it's like, well, that some things just didn't stick out to them, or was it that they felt didn't really matter at the time. But as you're jogging their memory, you're realizing that you wouldn't think that was important to say, and it's like, well, I didn't think much of it. That was no big deal. So or I painted it like it was no big deal. It wasn't affecting or bothering me. Why would I want to bring that up? So it feels very much like there are parts and pieces that you're putting together. That's what I'm suggesting. That you uncovered that was not stated, that's not being said. Um, I keep seeing holes, like this, not the whole story. What I'm inferring. And it also seems to be with actions, though, because I have a lot of elements that represent activities. It could be mental, but it's definitely like action wise that is missing. Something that would not be. You might say that that is not like nature. It's not natural. Something that it would be induced by a person themselves, even that kind of thing. So I do get the sense that, like you said, the stories are going to add up to find out, which of these actions are what you need in terms of information. But as they said that right now, your mind is very sharp and you're like very witty, like very much driven to the points because you have that it's kind of like having mental power right now. Acute, everything's a pretty acute or sharp in thinking. So you're going to pick up things that and you might even get a little bit of frustration with that because the type of energetic support here, it's like, what they call it, impatient. Yeah, we could use impatient when someone, is not fully, like, may give the sense that they're not cooperating and they may actually, genuinely be trying to do the best they can, but you're so much on point that you're right now, you might feel that you have the upper hand a little bit, which is, I think that's where you're supposed to be, by the way. So I did think that there's some things on their side that's missing. In regards to yourself, I get the sense that this is kind of like you want to stand in this zone because right now you have all this information available to you through this experience where the mind is just a sharper at the moment, and you can catch things in real time. In other words, so you might feel like you're like in conversation wise, you might feel like you're 1 to 2 steps pace ahead, and they're catching up, and you're like, come on, hurry, get to the answer. So that I get that strong sense of that. You might slow down and say, well, okay, so I'm trying to tell you, or I'm trying to ask you more or less this. You have oh, okay, I see what you're asking now. Well, this, and you're like, well, I asked that, before we began this journey. So it's kind of feels very much that you might feel that you're um everyone like you're just on the toes, which is, I don't see anything wrong with that. I think that's a good element. I think this is saying these are things to take advantage of while it's still like while you're still in this um, energetic area. Take advantage of it. Um, okay, now this I know this is relevant in some way. I do get the strong sense that they are watching you, I guess. This must mean the opponent, the other side. Kind of like watching to see if any errors are made. I do get that strong sense. I'm just, this is a different method, so I'm just looking at this from a different angle, just to get additional information. I just get to some, trying to find a loophole. Oh boy, they feel like they are on the defense, like they're the underdog. They feel like the underdog, like we've got to find a loophole. So okay, so they're observing you to see if you make any errors or if there's like any way that like maybe the way you present things, they're trying to find a way that they can get around you. Actually, okay, I get it now. Anyway, you are ahead, and we know we're rooting for you though, but you're ahead. We're just looking at the entire arena here. Hmm. Hmm. Right. Hmm. 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 They're gonna make you walk them through it. It's gonna annoy you. It's gonna be annoying because you know in your mind, they know what you're asking, but they're making you hunt for it. Hmm. But on the other hand, they're not able to withhold anything. They're not able to play any kind of games. They'll play coy, but they're going to, you know, give you what you seek. They're going to give you what you need for sure. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. Mm-hmm. Indeed. Well, let's take a look at this. They do. Okay, so there's a. I should give give you the rest of these things. So they're looking at. Okay, there's little hurdles that they're trying to get over. They're trying to become aware of them if there are any hurdles. Is what they mean. They do believe, kind of sense that maybe, you know, whatever would be your, Achilles heel, or something that, may have you like maybe in the dark, blindfolded, something that was regrettably stated, and something that is not very fair, or in the underbelly, it's like they're like you said, from a very desperate space. That's why, if there's anything that they would do is make a big fuss. Like, I just sense that it would just be a manner of, optics. It might be, just, where, they have to speak up, like, hey, this is uncomfortable, but even though, like you said, you might still be given the more or less the green light, that you have the floor still and up the upper hand as well. I'm not really seeing you get caught up in that sense. I sense that you're the one that's maintaining control, so they're lacking in that. They're having trouble finding their footing. Okay, as things activate, let's see when things get heated. Still, nothing has come to mind. Um, they're there, they're doing businesses, is happening. Their concerns is actually their greatest. Their concerns is that, which they've already begun to see, by the way, that there's like the court leaning in your direction. So I think that they feel that you already are, well, they consider themselves the underdog. They consider you to be farther along in the run. So I do get the sense that they also, well, further, this is a future encounter. They feel that the courts are, the judge is leaning in your direction. Mm. I have a feeling that that they are trying to find every way, and they may go all the way, because it feels very much like they feel and pick up on that you're going to lean, or excuse me, that the judge is going to lean in your direction. It's already at times it's like in real time. It's like they're noticing that this is slipping. Their opportunity is slipping away favorably to your side. So I do believe, yes, like going to, or they won't back down, I should say. I don't feel like, no, they're going to continue trying to find, even when they know that this is a challenge. They said a series of challenges, hurdles to get through. It even sometimes it gets the feeling that this is about, what they call it, like how much they have to absorb. It's like they already know they're gonna have to absorb something. It's like a matter of like, well, how much are they gonna have to absorb? But of course, anyone in that situation, like you said, desperate, they're gonna try to go as far as they can, at least. So I do believe that backing down may not. I'm not getting a sense of backing down. Um, No, I continue to see elements here of motivation, more of a to be motivated to continue. I see instincts is like instinctually, unclear of even unclear, about like transactions and things, and Maybe what's been stated, the questions you're asking and getting the, the facts, but as far as like the understanding, the practicalities, that they're trying to outsmart the system. They're trying to outsmart you. I mean, and they're trying to be as cautious as they can, but it's like, work in silence, work hard. It's like they're just very determined to go as far as they can go. They're like maybe they'll be gifted, an opportunity and they'll seize the moment. So they're very much optimistic, even though that optimistic this time will not declare a win necessarily. Um, in fact, I don't see a time where they're coming more forward than where they are in the progression of things. Like, well, first of all, the way this flows is definitely the courts have already begun leaning, by the way, in your direction, but will use also that will definitely the opponents will see. That's what's stated here. But most importantly, I don't get the sense that they're able to really do anything with the challenges that they have this far. Like the challenges you're already given them, because you are those obstacles. You represent the obstacles. They're not able to get even over the obstacles. It's like them at times they may not even be able to, like say, challenge you very much or get into get into the argument. I definitely, like you described earlier, I feel more like, or maybe like complaining, yeah, using or of course the words, the language, of the courtroom, but to display maybe displeasure, discomfort, unfair, or they feel, where they don't feel justified because it's not in their favor, things like that. I think, but nothing, but I don't see anything like, I don't see any home runs. I don't see any major milestones cleared here. That's really what I'm practically what I'm saying. Mhm. Okay. Mhm. Yes. Hmm. Okay. Mm. 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 Okay. Right. Okay. Well. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right. Right. Mm. Mm. Okay. So what I can pick up on is odd. Okay. Well, this is a direction that is definitely favorable to write about. You know, it's like it's described as a perfect, um, like especially the way that you're explaining it, the risks of not knowing. You know, it sounds like this sounds something like very important. Because, like you said, it speaks to a very specific. It's very clear the demographic of who it's speaking to. um, oh, the counsel, you came up as your card came up again, counselor. So it's a yes. This one is definitely a yes. This because you have a knack, a special way of saying it, but also like the subject matter, like dealing with tax and taxpayer, money, and the way that the law works, incoming law that no one is familiar with, but you're able to explain it in the technical language way. And of course, you're very entertaining. You're very interesting. I mean, so I definitely can see that. You know what really is shining is how how like you said it impacts and who it affects taxpayer, but also um like to what extent. This definitely is an eye opener. I think that this post will do really well. If you write it as a post, article, something that people, would definitely like to listen, like sit in and listen to. But because I know they would have questions, but also definitely in the form of an article. I get this strong sense. Also, this seems to be, yeah, you got the spiritual guides coming through. So I think that this is also guided because your gift, it plays is this part of this journey as well. The way that you will or can design it. Okay, we mentioned your gift. They said somehow you're going to put together the article in such a way that it's like the impact is going to be pretty huge. I think you're going to attract the eyes again. Like something strange and mystical is surrounding this article. It's like how like people view it. Who's really standing out? People like businesses, like maybe like independent businesses, independent something about independent people are really attracted to this question. This post. This It's like there's questions, but like questions that are raised. Maybe they are hypothetical questions, but I just felt that you're helping to resolve that information, helping to bring some sense of knowledge or knowing, um, that even knowing that it's like even knowing this knowledge brings some sort of peace where people can say, okay, take a deep breath. Now it's time to get to work. You give some comfort by sharing. But I also get the sense that you are raising the mind wave because people are saying, well, what can we do about this? Now that we know the information, now we know this exists, now we know this is happening. How can we better look after our finances and protect our interests? I get that strong sense that this definitely, even the timing is right, is what they're representing. This season, oh my gosh, I you're getting a lot of green lights. The last piece, and I know you're waiting for you have other questions, but because the Venus is channeling that Libra vibration, so we're absolutely, of course, the balance scales is what we're referring to. That's definitely also a sign in the history has been used to dealing with the taxpayer, and so forth. So so there you have it. It's like you're speaking to a concern of humanity, their personal energy and well being financially, all spiritually connected. So it's like absolute green light with this topic. Yes. Well, they say it's spring. It's pretty. Yeah, it's they say it's supposed to happen around this springy vibration. Hmm. If I may add, there's three elements here. Sometimes they describe like a way to plan, a way to, to, like you said, raising awareness and even strategize to combat this. So it's like I have a feeling that you might like say you can make this a very like in-depth article or an in-depth article nonetheless, and then you might sometimes find yourself like building onto this article at some point. There's three parts. They mentioned something that about you having the ability to, I guess, sort of put together a plan or project, like a strategy of sorts. And they said that you would have the ability to promote that. Maybe this will be an outlet, to making contacts in the future as well, because you're in the knowledge of this and so much information that you know is coming through and what needs to change and how to take part in it, raising the awareness. But people need to keep in mind, they said that yes, they say you're going to go really into down this kind of sounds like a rabbit hole situation. It was for a moment it was just speaking to your question, and then it took off into it branched out and said, well, yes, not only that, she has ability to like really like map and plan. I'm thinking you mean like create a planner, sorts that helps, like to strategize and get through this. She says like, yes, we'll have ideas um, to share. So that would be fascinating to read or listen to. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm. Okay. Let's just see what's going on around them and branch out. So what is? But I'm definitely hearing vibration. They're already spelling out like a positive energy. They're using the word winning. Like as you are farther along on this journey, farther along in the argument. That's what I'm picking up on already. But this is a clean one. Let's see what they say. Okay, so he's sending what he's written. Okay, got it. Well, he's okay with the work. He made his connection empathically what's going on, because they do say that this is more or less where he shines. So he's happy to make that written submission because it allows him to express, the emotions he connects with. But is he able to shift the paradigm? Well, they do say it's a bit touch. It's not very clear. Like some points is a yes, some points are no. So it's not, maybe not because maybe it's not concise. But that's also, he's also what they call it. Sometimes he does that unconventional thing where he's trying to go based on something like trying to get the person to feel something, sentiment wise. They said, other than that, it's, turned out to be a good project for him. Um, the people, I guess his team or people who he's pulling to working together, he's very much reliant on that. It's too many unknown. It's another unknown factor that he's relying on. There's something. that is quite not made apparent um, in the process. Like something is not quite proven. In other words, it's like he's because he goes based on emotion sometimes. So there's something that is missing that's a bit like a question mark, and there's an unknown aspect to and in the paper written in the paper that doesn't because they say that the judge who's reading it is not following everything that is sent, is not following everything like yours. When I read for yours, it's like the judge says, "Oh, I've got it." Like it's well placed. It's doing, it's everything that they needed to know. And then, but when he sent his, some of it is, like it's straightforward. There's some like the parts that are I guess his type of technical that they get, but he also inserted trying to win them over by utilizing the empathic style. Like there's some abstract explanations that it was not visible in real time. And so the judge has not been able to follow the writing. And also he's relying, but something regarding, I guess, the people who he's, I guess, defending or speaking up for. But it's like something that they supposedly felt this way, supposedly had done this action because, so it's a lot of that in there. And the judge is saying, well, how do I'm supposed to know any of that? I don't know what they're thinking. So it's like I'm trying to follow along, but I'm not really seeing that in the room. In the room, that's what's being described. This is would be something that would have been a wonderful intro. Like, but it's like this is you both are so far farther along, so it's like it's a little bit underwhelming knowledge, like information wise. If you wanted a paper that's only packed with fact, this would be something you would one would notice like some of it there's some facts, but it's not very straightforward, especially if you're comparing like yours technical a technical paper. That's what the judge was looking for, something a little bit more. It's your time, a little bit more direct. But he's like, this is more like an introduction. It's like a plead, an introduction, and make these considerations, please, that kind of thing. And it's not very, it's not in the best light. I'll say it that way. But they did say that the paper was a good paper, but it's like the not the correct circumstance. Hmm. Winning on your side, like that you have been winning, and I heard it very loud. It was, it feels like a mental voice, but a loud one outside of oneself. So yeah, and I heard it very clear, like winning. I'm winning. She's winning. So it's like, yeah. So only one can connect with that word. So like you're saying I'm winning. The judge is saying Rebecca's winning this. And I'm seeing him like I'm hearing winning. The vibration is aligned with like it's traveling through your aura. Um, yeah, that's what it means. Hmm. Okay. Well, let's ask the spirits, see what they say. I would imagine this week is integral, and they're going to be moving. They'll get through this week, right? Everyone will be at the edge of their seats, and then at the end of this week or next week over, then definitely moving towards a decision. Hmm. Hmm. It's because the reason why is because this is a time. where like just like unraveling puzzles, looking deep within, or especially like something like this, where it involves high writing skills. This is very favorable in the realm of communication, and so they're going to be closer to an answer a lot sooner than you might consider would be normal. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Mm. Mm. Right. Mm. Right. Mm. Okay. Mm. Right. Okay. Mm. Mm. Right. 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 Yes. Okay, so I just checked. I was double checking to see if because my memory didn't fail me. Okay, so the reason why things are able to move a little quicker is because like the fiery symbols are definitely in a more active vibe, like Leo. To get some clarity here. So everything is happening on the outside, and everything is happening assertively or aggressively enough where people like they're coming up with a decision very quickly and then abridge it to what you're describing. Um, okay, so everything is out in the open, and that Jupiter front is okay is in the realm of what you're in charge of is information that's your bush aligned with your gifting, plus your mind is very much open right now. You're inventing ways that can make a huge difference. And yes, they may, you might have to openly see that their ego is trying to be in the driver's seat, and you might have to really push, like be like as you said, be like persistent that no, this must happen. And of course they will agree with you, and as you should push this forward to change the vibration of I guess, publicity because, well, number one, you're you're you do really well in the spotlight. They always say, I'm so happy that the sounding of this naturally, that you're doing this very organically, is that you're going towards the light. You're not shying away from it because they say success finds you when you go this when you're in this mode. It's just a matter of being allowed to venture in this space. The bad publicity, well, because the people will see, they see your light, and then they say, well, they get a little jealous. I should be running the, being the face of it, or being in the front, and but it's Rebecca, and so they do get a little, jealous. But of course, I bet you're used to that, in your field. So the guy said that, you also see all kinds of things. You may even like see where people would take advantage of what everyone else doesn't see. You might get that. You might get little pieces of personalities. Like I just don't want to. Type personalities. Or I just do what I can. Do what I have to do, and that's it. Type personalities. And you're saying I'm going to challenge all of that. You're coming in and you're shedding light, and that everything is out in the open right now, and because you're right in the energetically public eye. So that's why they're saying you should push for it, especially if you're not satisfied with the outcome. Because right now I can sense that others feel like they may be satisfied with the outcome, and they're not really bothered the fact that it's the cameras on them, so to speak. They're not bothered by that. But if being that it bothers you, you might find that, oh wow, you'll realize eventually they would not have made the suggestion, or or raise their hand had you not, you know, uh, put forth the call to action. You put forth the call to action, and they're saying, "All right, well, whatever you want to, if you want to do it." It's that kind of vibe that I get. Okay, so that's one space. The other way of looking at it is, you're learning very quickly. They said that you're like there's a lot of lessons here, and you're learning, like you just kind of like walk through here, and now you've taken notes and what can be done. They said you're in a very safe space to do what you intend to do. By the way, people will ghost on you. They'll say, "Oh, I want to help," and then you don't hear from them, or they don't call you, or you call them, they're busy, they're out of the office, something like to that effect. So you have to be very careful. Any, I guess, promises from others. Like, you have to be persistent, of course. As in, okay, if I start this journey, it's like I'd be willing to see it all the way through. Like you'll be there to see when the race started, the middle of the race, and also the end. Like who crossed the finish line. Like you crossed the finish line and know that you won. You're gonna feel like I had to do it all. I had to be there at every step of the way. And it's like, yes, that is very true. Otherwise, people become lax, or they just don't. In fact, they said they literally ghost. They just disappear on us. So we had to kind of keep, like you say, find the one, the best candidate in your mind's eye, and keep that person close and nearby, and keep in communication. And then maybe they'll, if you need that level of assistance. The guides also stated that, oh, by the way, this, if I may add, this will look really well in the image department. Your personal public image, it's going to look fantastic. By the way, people who are not colleague will search you up, or will search and look into this subject, or as you say, what's being presented into the public eye. People are definitely watching, even though they feel unbothered by it. But they say that you will look good in this area. You will look good. We don't want to take things too personal. Um, they said that, oh, any hiccups. Okay, so this is kind of like when you know how sometimes you say anything I need to watch out for. So sometimes, and we've experienced this before, so we're kind of ahead of this. They may try to stifle us in some way, like it may be, well, that's not the right procedure, or so we had to. like kind of like shift the controls. Or how about Rebecca? How about someone else steers, be in the driver's seat and see this through? There's other things. I'm pretty sure you're busy anyway, so we have to be kind of careful with that. Like people may not, because sometimes we might feel that they're not respecting our concerns. So we have to, being that we know this, now we can navigate around it. Simply when they bring it up, now we know what to squash from, right, coming right into the conversation. They said it's part of a plan, so this would be planned out. So we have to consider it as this isn't something off of like genuine, right off the heart. No, this is something that they would have kind of mapped out. So if somebody was challenging us, that's because they either talked about it or thought about it and said, "I think I'll pitch this and see what Rebecca thinks of it." Then we just need to just, of course, we know to squash it. The last final piece of this is anything that could stand in the way. Oh boy, time frames, waiting for a response. Like, don't worry, I'll get it. But we have to remember, how people can, because since we know that some people will ghost, so we have to consider that some people may not get back to us, and the idea, okay, I have to wait for them to do so I can do my part, and that kind of. So we had to kind of make peace with that. That you know, they said the stronger the communication, the better. How you ever you could manage that, in terms of like promptness, so that is we're not put off. Okay, that's what they're suggesting here. Success. Other than that, hmm um, well, no, it's almost like they don't want. It's like they don't, like they just didn't want to focus on this. Like they had a completely different idea, and then you're coming in with an improved idea, and they're like, if it's like work, to be honest, it feels like, okay, well, you give me something to think about. Hmm. But I don't see that they're going to switch it up and say, oh, well, how about we get someone, that like Silk, who can withstand the spotlight. I don't think it's like that. Not this one. Not this one. Or someone more, maybe more as what you want to consider to be more seasoned. The reading describes you as perfect for this. They're just trying to get out of it in some way, or like throw you off and get you disengaged, and then they start doing other things, and then they're free to go type of style. It's like they're trying to, like get out of your quest, get you off your quest. But the reading illustrates that as long, oh, being that we know, that they're that where they're at in, maybe inwardly, we know how to manage this better. We can manage this better, and so that this is more into the favor where you can see this project through. Mhm. You have a very specific, detailed approach, and you can fulfill your approach, and no one without someone else coming in and swooping in and taking a completely different direction, or taking your idea and running with it themselves, under silk. I don't That won't happen. That, or at least it's avoidable. It's definitely avoidable. It's actually offered. It's like, kind of like, if are you sure, if you don't want to, that's fine, that kind of thing. But it's like they're gonna actually agree with you, like if this is what you want to do, we're here. But we know not to take that at face value. That people say, oh, what we're here for, we're support. Well, our number, where our office is. We don't want, we have to, like, you might, as Jay said, you'll find yourself really pushing, your idea forward, absolutely. But it will get through. That's the thing. That's why they're showing us, this these. uncomfortable details. That is just describing that your ideas can be pushed forward, but we just have to push them forward. Yeah, we do have to push them forward for sure. That's 1,000%. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. Well, we could definitely take a look and see what we gathered here. So the guys illustrate this. First of all, um, this is a time of your good fortune. And by the way, you do have this is more of an like an independent. Well, it's aligned with the independent. This is an independent journey. Now, so I already like the sound of this because I always felt that this is like one of the things that I felt that you were gonna be doing before you reach silk. Are these moments of like independent tasks or things that you would take on or in align with, and it would bring you good fortune, good fortune. Um, they said that you're already prepared, like you have all your wits about you. You're ready for the task to take this on. Now, as partnership, they do describe this partnership as, of course, very lucrative. The quote, is fantastic. Everything is, is perfect alignment in terms of like risk level. They say harmonize, like harmony, it's harmonized. So it's really good for this journey. um, I just keep sensing that, you've acquired a lot, like a lot of experiences. Like I mean, right now, there's not a better time to take this task on. Again, the idea of working, especially within the week's time. Oh wow! About the middle of this month, mid June, I think you're going to be ready, completely ready. And path number is 4, that represents structure. So I'm describing that your structures are in place, and I get the sense you're going to do a phenomenal job. You two will work really hard together and do great work. Is what I'm seeing, and it's lucrative, definitely lucrative, beneficial for you as well. I get that strong sense. Definitely long term, longevity wise. They're just saying yes. They even have the balance beams in your reading. So yes, the balance beams are just very, very favorable for you. And plus this is a solo journey for sure. There's so many ways, a lot of hours spent into this. The weight in gold is here. Um, like placing your energy and balancing yourself. out so that you can be, as you say, completely, dedicated into this. I think this is in fact is even ideal. It's like an ideal situation for you to do this. Take on the tasks. This is a great, nice project. In which they describe, uh, good fortune will find you. Is what I can see. I love the idea, the fact that you're getting all of the, like, the timing. Like, okay, they're showing me the symbols, like the balance beam, but we're also in this time frame for these things to happen. Okay, Venus is in Taurus, is what I'm saying. Venus is in Taurus, so it's like, and then with the other sign, her Libra sign is being pulled into this. So like your personal benefit out of this financially, working with, teaming up with him, of course money is there, and it's the project itself is going to be successful and bring a great, I see, what do you call it, an incline and success is what I can see. So this is a good thing. Ultimate judgment, favorable time to show off your strengths. Is That's what I see. This one's a yes. Mhm. 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 Okay. Well, let's take a look. When I connect, and like, as this may, what do you call it, like lay out, like, how like you bringing this to his attention, like, hey, like outstanding, of this X amount, this certain amount, very specific amount, now coming into this, it's like, you want to make sure that he's ahead on top of these business as well. But one thing is for certain, I think he's lost touch with her. He's lost. I feel like he's lost touch with her. Lost touch with her. She's not in touch with him. She's gonna make it very difficult. She won't. I have the feeling that she may be, like avoiding or hiding. Not like avoiding, like avoidance. I'm picking up avoidance. Oh my gosh. Mhm. Okay. Mm. Oh, okay. Mm. There it is. Avoid it. That, like you said, doesn't show want to be found. Dodgy backgrounds. Yep. That's her. That is her. Oh, by the way, she also has other people. She's in a circle of people. By the way, she's known. I think she's gone into, let's say, into the world, underground world, no, that world of fraud, and they're also showing me, like, like either notes or bank, like notes or like floating to her. So she's still doing what she's doing, but she does something sketchy with paper. Does documents and things like that. And but she's aligning herself with others, like a group of people who recognize her. So she's still doing these things, and like you said, also, we'll definitely avoid, you know, him reaching out. I hate to say be the bearer of bad news, but I'd love to see you, get your money, your amount, the 1,300, the 13,000. But I keep hearing that she's not going to pay it. She herself won't pay it. he would have to, which then he would have to really go after her, like really go after her, where it's like scary type, like like how lawyers can be very, 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 they can really be convincing. Like he would have to be like really do that with her because she wouldn't do it because oh yeah I got this then let me clear it off. She wouldn't. She has no intentions of paying it. Hmm. And so that's her. Then finding her, that's the other thing. Finding her to ask her about it. That's the other downfall. I didn't. She does, like you said, doesn't want to be found. Hmm. Hmm. Right. Right. Well, she's very good at what she does. He didn't. It's like she. Oh gosh, I feel so bad, but this must be said. She persuaded him to do his part in this. It's like it's like I hate to use the word swindle, but it's like she swindled her own husband. Like she took him for what she could get out of him, that kind of thing. And but it's like like when it's unclear. Okay, so the spouse is this time it's the man. He's unclear of what she's doing. He's like, I'm siding with my wife. Of course, I'm siding with my wife. Wife, what do you need to sign? Is there anything else you're gonna need? It's just, oh, that should be fine. So it's like she's really skillful with like the mouth, like very like the tongue, very persuasive, charm. She made it feel like he like not that he was. She don't make it feel like he's obligated, but like she has a charm to this, like almost like a classy. I had to give it a positive element, but it's like she made him feel like he was doing something good. Like, oh, like thank you so much. Like I even like I love you too. Okay, I'll be in touch. And then she got what she needed and left. That kind of thing. Before it was like a divorce, but it's like she does this thing where she does it like she's like it's a long play, like a play that's drawn out, like entering the marriage. She had her sights on something, uh, wealth, tap him and wealth, and things like that, and then make my way out of the marriage, get linked with him, get him signing things. That's how she played it. She played that role, and now of course he's there, but he's treating this as because somebody he's been with her for all this time, and he said, no, that's my wife, Shirley. We all make mistakes. We're all human. And he's like, well, what can I do to help her out, get her out of her situation? So he's a good guy. In other words, I'm saying I get the feeling that he's a good guy. But he got caught up in his own, if you want to say, naivety, but his love for her from the wife, and yeah. hmm Oh, he won't bring it up on his own. But if you do ask, he's gonna say, "Well, I don't know." He's like, "Well, you know as much as I know, or what can I do? Maybe I can look it up, and maybe I can, I'll look it up later and see what's going on there." He will not be able to explain it, not really. And you'll tell that in his facial expression and eyes if you're this is a conversation telling person that he really wanted. He would love to have been able to say more. But it's a great icebreaker, because you're new to him. You haven't seen him in a while. You're absolutely, like you have redone everything, remodeled everything. So you meet him now. Now it's like this is a great icebreaker. Like where's your money? Like he's like, well, what are you talking about? What money? Oh yeah, I don't know. I have to look into it. What can I say? It's like, like he knows what point you're coming from today. Like, going into this new agreement. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm. That's the beauty of understanding that energy is what is the okay, so energy is what the currency gravitates on, or the material world, because this is your energy you're talking about, the terms that you're describing, the pleasantries, even you asking. I mean, then it's because then it becomes to, you need my energy. The energy meaning your abilities, your skills, the things that comes channeled through your fingertips. He needs those. It's coming from your mind. That's the val that is the source. That's the resource. That's the source right there. And he's gonna say, gosh, you got me. You really have me. Okay, I have to do better. I'm gonna do better. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes, because it allows negotiation. I mean, that would be a quick fix, or a quick way, like for, like, people, like, just regular people who just find you, just like, I need you, and it's waving their hand, please, you may have a moment of your time. That person definitely maybe like a okay, quickly fixed fee. Here you go. Those are my rate. That's my. This is, however whatever you refer to it as. And but with him specifically, look, like, you have a relationship, and there's room to negotiate with him. Therefore, so that's why I believe, leaving it open, so to have that dialogue, have that conversations. In fact, I saw other times that you were working with him that they said there's room for. Okay, so you have the wheel of fortune turning, right? But there are moments where money is flowing to you, and the money that's flowing to you, we're saying, great idea to allow the flexibility or ability to negotiate. If it's about, I mean, if we're speaking about money, so we're gonna say it like that, because you don't have to do it like that. But this is a psychic reading, and this is to your benefit, and this is what they describe it as. There's gonna be time where it is very beneficial for you to have the ability to negotiate, because the flat fee, yep, you will get it. You will get it. You will get it. Like if you said, okay, fees, flat fee for each time, or each step that you take. But yes, but there are going to be steps taken, and might as well make the most of it as you're moving. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. Right. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, let's see what comes up. Well, so what they describe here, oh my, well, definitely is a fan of yours. There's no doubt about that. On fifth, okay. Sometimes he gets in his way. He feels that he could be doing more, and oh, he has a lot. He gets a little anxious. Sometimes he can be spontaneous. They said anxious though, anxiously spontaneous, and he's always like looking like he's grinding. Okay, he's a grinder. I can relate. He likes to be doing something. I gotta do something. I gotta do something. So it isn't that he's no, he's doing everything. He's doing everything you need him to do. He's there for you and he's there for them. He will definitely still work with you. Yes, there's he recognizes you though. As someone he genuinely, he's a fan. It's like they described. He is definitely a fan of yours. One of them and they do still he is stable and things are okay with him, but like you said, he's doing something that's not his normal routine, and you've taken notice. um, but he's doing what you do when it's called to do so. Still very healthy in terms of work, to be, like you say, well, to be involved, he still needs your assistance, your skills. It could be still a wonderful interaction. There's nothing wrong with it. Yeah, he's always trying to, I guess, get something new going on. By the way, so I think he likes having open-ended projects that he's always working on, or has some project that he's working on. So it's kind of like they're giving him assignments to do. So yeah, he just likes to work. He likes different types of opportunities, so he's not kind of like boxed in. So he like you said, doing things like spontaneous things. I think that here recently he's gotten a little bit louder with it. He's usually very much like private with this area. Then this year is about people connection. So I'd imagine why he would be putting himself out there a little more. It's to he's feeling that desire to attract potential people to do this this style of it almost sounds like we're describing a hobby that he really likes, but he really is working. He truly is working, and he still would love to continue working with you, no doubt. Okay. Yeah. Hmm. Yes. Absolutely, because we've been expecting these individuals. We knew they would come back because you're you, and they know what you bring. They know, and now you're going to make sure that they know. You know that they know. Yeah, absolutely. Mm, 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 mm. Okay. Well, let's see what we gather here, which is what is this about? So energetically, I get the sense that there is a it's a strategy that they're utilizing, and it's not even the type of strategy that gives you the max. You know, like we strategize, you know, to try to figure out like how to get the max, do the maximum level of success that we can achieve, right? But that's not what they're doing. It's actually counterintuitive for them. They using this strategy, driving work, you know, the way that they're doing it. It's as you may, it sounds like, you know, maybe out, you know, maybe on paper it sounds right, maybe in an email it sounds okay, I get it, you know, people to know this is not working, it's not going to work, they're not going to be very happy, it has got a flash in the visions, they're not satisfied or not happy with the level of confidence in the work I'm seeing. Oh my gosh. So let's see. This is a legit strategy. I don't believe that they, like you said, subconsciously. You did, and you included. Are they subconsciously doing it? Yes. They didn't think that it would affect you the way that it has, like the realization of that. That they didn't calculate this. They thought that it's almost like they were thinking, well, there's always work. There's plenty of work. It's like they were hanging on to that, but that's a little vague. Like, you know, if you're like, well, what do you mean when you say, like, does that mean that work is going to fluctuate? Is there a concern in that area? You know, like answering very specific, but of course, that's the way data works, right? And, you know, where you can draw the graph. So you noticed it. Of course, you're on the graph. Like if you just we're on the graph, you can feel that energetically. You know, where gosh, numbers are spiritual for sure. And yes, they say numbers don't lie. So you're absolutely right. Um, there's the current strategy that doesn't work for them in the long run. They're going to be very displeased, and they're going to show it, um, but not to you because they're getting the flack having done this strategy that doesn't yield them fruit. So now you're bringing it to their attention what is happening. They're noticing that you're, like you said, not getting, you know, that level of work. That's what's going on. But they themselves won't be able to carry on like this at the same time. It's not just not feasible. Um, I heard them actually. I got that vision because I heard them actually like having discussions on this. They were talking about it. My gosh, and then um, they also have here. Let's see what's around them. It seems to me that you're kind of caught up in the middle of they like like it feels uncomfortable, to be in this area where they're trying something new, and they don't know they don't have an assurance. There's no insurance on this that if it succeeds or not. But the good thing is this: the good fortune. This you will cross over into the success space. It will happen for you. In the I guess in the going forward in the aftermath. Let's see. Let me see if I can get to the point where it matters to you. Okay, so they said business wise, they said you're moving into other areas. Okay, as you move into other areas within the realm of the company, particularly you're speaking about the Clark, it then you begin to feel better about the amount of work that you're getting. I think it's the amount of quality of work that you're getting as well. I think that's what they were weighing this on. That you would get this quality, there would be more abundance of quality work that would be meant for you. That's what they're saying because you're in a different space, you're in a different level that they're like on the bar that they're judging you on. Oh my gosh. Yes, I get it now. It's a new direction. They kind of felt that you're supposed to. Okay, this is what they thought in their mind. Now we. This is the detail when it gets plain and simple. They thought that there would be plenty of work to go around for everybody. That this level of work would just be, okay, they can do this work for you, that we're doing you a favor because now we're going to have all the quality work. So they're thinking all this work that's, at your level is going to be available. And that's where they went. That's something that was unpredicted, is unpredictable. They don't know who's coming through the door. So that's what happened. That's what, so they it wasn't intentional that they were trying to drive people away. They weren't trying to do that. It happened because of the strategy they were utilizing wasn't is not very effective. Right. 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 Like in fact they're trying to like put them in a group. Like put them in a circle. Isolate. They isolate. I know it sounds so ugly, but it's like they put there's like a special group in this circle. Okay, feed them, let them get big and strong, but don't worry, there's plenty to go around for us. For you, like you're in a high level. Don't worry, you're gonna get the quality, the best work ever. It's gonna work out just fine. But then I saw that you're moving. But at the same now, while we're having this conversation, they said that you're moving into a new space yourself, a space that is it's like stepping into new directions of like level of work and also direction of work for your career. Well, your career is definitely ascending this year. We know that you're in ascension at the moment, for throughout the year, and but along this journey, they said the like the quality work, that they're like the work that's paying high dollar is reaching you. Actually, that's the way that they put it. That you're receiving work. Mhm. 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 Okay. Mhm. Okay. Mhm. Mhm. Right. Right. Mhm. Right. Mm. Yes. Yes. Um, but they do have a lot, like they attract self-starters, like people who come in and just kind of find their own way around. Like you'll find your way to them, your own way to them. And they really like they welcome that. Like what you're talking about, like you can come in and you can, coming in with all these amazing things. You're coming in like you do talks, like show you what I can do, and just, it's, like you said, I kind of I'm doing it all where you need me. Like they love that type of that availability. Um, this definitely feels like like a connection. I think that the intention was to get you in communication, get you linked up with this company. By the way, it's like he hoped he talked with you about it in hopes that you like to get everyone talking. Okay, because that's when the work is manifesting. Well, the manifest begins to work. They need they need reliability because they have a bit of an unconventional. Maybe they need to consider themselves a little bit more progressive, like more open than most. But sometimes people they like structure. They like to come be told. They like it laid out, and they don't really like that way. Where they like I having to ask, okay, so what's today? What's today? What's today? They're like, you're not gonna last long here because we kind of you gotta be flexible. Like I thought we were doing this, and I'm now frizzing out because we that's changing. They changed it around, from yesterday. We're not on the same route, and they're no, you're not gonna make it here. You got to come out of that, So they like you as a self starter. You come in, you initiate and you take a task and you run with it, hit the ground running, that's where they really welcome you. So then ultimately, yeah, like you said, there's a lot of work there, kind of like work just sitting there almost like work. I nearly said work. They have a lot of work laying around, just lying around. Like I'm thinking, imagining paperwork, nicely placed. Yes, you want this one. Take this stack. As I feel very much like there's work. I'm just saying, there's a lot of work present, even as we're speaking now. Um, so and it's a lot of work, as in both terms. There's a lot of work to do, but yes, it's a lot of work to do, like a lot of like heavy load. I mean, okay, the tasks. There's no doubt, especially you connecting with them on the Thursday, because that in fact that timing is right. The timing is right because you're describing this as we're entering into a new chapter, we're into a completely new phase, and the type of by the way, the personality of the business, right? Reading people, places, and things. This business is very favorable to be, as you say, the start date. It's that entering in. It's very favorable. The outcome. We'd be in this location Thursday in the next this upcoming chapter. Up, yeah. Now you said Thursday, as in this upcoming Thursday is what you. Yeah. Okay. We gotta we're on this week. This when this is one of the my 7 day countdown. This is the first of the 7 day countdown. So I'm following you very. I'm following along, but it's definitely this Thursday that puts you right there on that, just as we're turning the page, more or less. Um, right. I can just say that it's like active areas that you have, like on the ready, like you're ready to go, like very very active, specific like areas. I think that when they hear this, they're gonna see a range, like the range of possibilities. So like you're describing like the active roles, because they're saying, oh, okay, so you're absolutely flexible, that's for sure. I get that feeling, um, of being able to do more, as you say. There's a few actually there's a few different types of areas of that would be interesting to you as well, but that they would have. But definitely and specifically like the areas. Now, if you connected with a client, I mean, they're okay with that, that but like you said, also like very much up to date or current. They are really into that, like what you have going on currently. Um, when you kind of speaking in the present timing, I mean, you can always go and, as you say, pick up the last cards, that have fallen. You can always go back and do the pickup, oh, by the way, I've done this, X amount of years ago, that's so simple to me. I haven't seen that in a while, that kind of thing. But they definitely like. I see the conversation seems to be in real time. Like everything is happening, kind of like in the present, very much upbeat in the present, very active conversation. Like it's almost to the point where you both are literally saying, "I'm going to sign you on, and like I'm going to take this file." I'm hearing like you like the gauging the direction the conversation is going. It's definitely feels comfortable. Like you're accepting stepping into this role. I can I can see that, and they're welcoming you too as well. Mhm. Mhm. Okay. Right. And that's your area of expertise too. And mhm. And that's what catches that's the specific conversation that you're able to pull them in. Like you said, to having the conversations centered around, like wealth and property, property tax, these kinds, yeah, they really are into like that conversation. You'll have their ear. They'll lend you their ear for sure. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. 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 Right. Hmm. 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 Okay. Hmm. Okay. Right. So they're illustrating that um, he would absolutely. I mean, I was definitely interested in working with you again. That's for sure. He wants to talk with you. It feels like it's a yes. That I mean, he's going to definitely make a good pitch. You know, like he's going to put that out there. That if, like open minded to working with each other again. Um, Sometimes I get the strong sense that things that as you're describing, things not material haven't materialized as they that maybe they were supposed to. At that time, it was a definitely different time vibrationally. He does remember, it can and recalls that. He's not denying, but this is a new cycle they describe. Um, and especially anything that's gone. It said anything like beyond, um, well, last year and beyond. That's what they're describing. This is a crossroads that he and you're in, and like he's also untwined. Like he has, I guess, undone what needed to be. Like he no longer feels trapped or in a box or hands are tied. Like he has more control, more leverage these days, as do you. Um, Also, they said that the way, okay, so the nature of your connection to each other, it's still very much like fertile ground here, if I may use that. It means that there's still seeds, wonderful seeds that can be planted that could bring prosperity. Like the possibilities here are endless, but also still much that he can gain and learn with you by working with you. Let's see, from a distance, like how will he be when you both go your separate way and he's no longer sitting in front of you? One thing they say that if you do work with each other, he will always protect the integrity of the connection. I get that strong sense. That's what they're saying. They will protect the situation. Um, but sometimes in my reading, it also declares that um, like you're putting him a little bit on the notice side, like I'll keep in touch, if something comes up or something, or if I have more time. So also have to consider that you're saying that as well. This is definitely not like first on the list. Like when it becomes priority, it's when you've made it a priority. That's just what I sense. Other than that, it feels very much like kind of have to looking like agreeing that okay, we're contacts, update on being contacts, and as things come up, we'll keep in touch, and yeah, you'll be the first one I call type of situation. Hmm. 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 Okay. Right. Let's see. I get the sense that it's like he well, of course, reconnecting with you, and you're like becoming once again a contact. I think that he would more move directly towards you, especially if you have time on your hands. Which that's of course he's gonna figure that out. Like what your schedule and what your time is like. So the way the it's like he will contact you first if there's an appeal there. Like if he feels that like you do have the time and you do want to take on the work, then he will do it. But it's like he's basing this off of as Rebecca, if you're busy, it's okay. Like that's the vibe he gives me. Like he's trying to see what you have going on. But of course, we this is an easy resolve. We get him to know or see that, you know, work's available. Send it your way. He will do that. He absolutely will do that. It's like he's checking around to see like if you what you got going on and if you're busy, things like that. Like you said, something like a path that you're on caught his attention. It's like, well, you're already doing this, so you could definitely take on this work because you're practically doing it already now. Why not? You can fit it into your schedule. So it feels very much that's his angle. In fact, that's what the meeting is about. Mainly just see like what your schedule is like. The whole conversation is for reconnecting. It's like a reconciliation moment. Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 Right. It, I get this strong sense that he's happy to see you. That he is indeed happy to see you. I don't get the sense um, that he is as you say, like disturbed that he's going out for salad. Um, because this is a reconciliation moment. Um, he will not be. No, this is not something that throws him off. This situation doesn't throw him off. He hasn't seen you in for like it's like he hasn't seen you in forever, and he's like, I just want to see you. He's like, I'm so happy to see you. How are you doing? Salad is fine. He's doing more talking than anything, that kind of thing. Like he's talking more trying to get you to to speak with him and like what your life is like, at the pace where you are now. I think he might allude that he's asked around like if you're like I've heard you're busy these days, that kind of thing. Um, I'm sorry that I waited for so long, to wanted to to speak with you because to catch up and so of course that's on the underline is he wanted to reconnect to begin working together again and to see he's so far so busy now that that like you're beyond him, that kind of thing, like you're not accepting any more work right now, and like now I'm just way too busy doing my thing. So it feels very much like that's the kind of that's the nature, and he's okay with with salad. In fact, he sounds okay. So when he meets you, he feels like he's more connected at that time. At that point, to seeing he's talking with you, saying hello, and these kind of things, than just sitting down. And he just wants to communicate. You realize he wants to talk to me. He wants to talk to you. That's what he's there for. Mhm. Mhm. Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. Well, let's take a look. It's all right. Mm. Well, let's see what they say here because this is interesting because you know your spiritual guide said that you would begin attracting your cases like these more. These would turn up. Mm-hmm. Where like then it was described as negligent, and then you're taking it on, and everyone's like, you've got to do this, you got to fix this. You know, like there's more of those. Mm-hmm. So the guys are saying this. They're letting us know that well, we do have options. That's a good thing. That's a good sign. On your side, there's options. More the risk. Okay. Um, it does feel like are you describing? It's like there's a potential to navigate differently, to navigate this differently. I believe that's what they're describing. Navigation, where like you said, if the idea is to settle this, is to keep it between the two sides, perhaps. Um, let's see that like that's showing up more so like on both sides. It's like everyone wants that. The other part is being heard. As long as he said, well, what would be the way? As long as both sides feel like they're being heard, acknowledged, this doesn't have to go to um, appointment with as you say, with the litigation. I'm doing another method to see what comes if the that aspect comes up. So both sides are shown up in my reading. Okay. Oh boy. Okay. Well, it is describing of sorts that there's some elements of litigation, and that and I believe, but they give us the reason why. That is because when the ability of the side feels that they don't have the voice that they is like that they wanted, they're just not sure. You know, they feel maybe overpowered. That's the only. I mean, that would be the only reason why it would go in that direction. And by the way, they did say that you're here and you're holding the coin or holding the option to keep. It's like not to go to litigation. It feels like you're able to push for things and still do just fine without this having escalated. As I'm reading from your point of view, so everybody's point of view, there's a sense of an agreement between on both sides. As long as both sides, I think that represents the person representing them and yourself are in some form of like is able to get your points across to each other, then that works out, that checks out fine, and it will keep it from having to go there. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Perfect. That would work. Yes. That is absolutely perfect. That's genius. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And the on your side, on the good side, the others, the person representing them, know where you're coming from, understands where you're coming from. Mm-hmm. Like would have the same, has the same feelings and same thoughts. Okay. It's a lot. Mhm. 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 Right. Mhm. 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 Right. On the board. Okay. Right. Right. It's part of she may not be feeling like she's helpful, but she's also a bit like she's really you know, like very much in that space, a part of that space. I get the sense that she's very, you know, like it's really like very classy element and wealth, and like she really wants to be, you know, like in like she likes to feel the vibrations of her surroundings, and likes to indulge in the flatteries of conversation. And she's like, "What's the big hurry?" Like she's got time like forever, you know. So I think it's that it's you want to say the like the way the setup, like the surrounding here, in terms of you know the board member, there's people she's speaking with, you know, like that high that high style living, high heel, high style living. That's where she's coming from, and so she's not. This is her personality, so she may not be aware she's being herself a little too good. She's thinking that you know this is she feels good. She feels like she feels good about you. Like you said, going with your flow and being patient throughout this is gonna will be needed. Like you're absolutely you know in her sights. You know, like in terms of candidacy, it's just that you like to play along, playing along, and you're just like you may be more down to earth. You know, you understand what she's speaking about, but she likes to be in the air, and you're like like two like both your feet are like firmly grounded. You're very grounded in your work, the work as a barrister, and so she's like, well, like she's in the like she likes to be 2 inches off the ground and in the into the air clouds, as you say, and describe to you, you know, all of the, you know, like how the world is, you know, is in more bliss than fleeting, you know, all of these, you know, types of expressions of wealth. So in strength, wealth, it was, you know, through wealth, there's strength, you know, and lots of decisions to make here. It's only going to cost this amount. Like she had to spell it out for us, didn't she? It's like, yes, that you giving that's the fantasy. I mean, that's you know, that's the well, it's reality, but that's the experience. She's all about experience. And, oh, by the way, she's definitely gonna be feeling this. You know, like you gotta times it by 10 because the whole Venus thing. Hmm. Yeah. But if you're prepared to be there in that situation, it's fantastic. If you're like, I've got things to do, and you're under a lot of pressure, then it would be uncomfortable. But they're saying that you're actually you're very in a favorable way, and she's not put off by you at all, and she's very eager to. spend time with, speaking with you and things like that. Mhm, 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 mhm. I get this sense that, well, it's like she's not, okay. So, okay, so you might say, okay, not her specifically, but the situation. How does it affect? How does it impact you? I still get the sense of like a healthy outcome out of this. Hmm. I get a healthy outcome on this. I don't get like a negative direction or vibing from this situation. This feels this feels nice rather. That she's, like it's like I'm comfortable interacting with her. Okay, this is what you need. You might be a little bit, like like, whether was she asking about the personal things, and, things like that, abrasive. But other than that, I don't get the real strong sense that something happens where now, we found ourselves in a bit of a pickle. That 1,000% doesn't happen. I think that's why I'm so calm about this energetically, because I don't see danger or pickle, like being in a situation where now I'm in hot water and I gotta pay to get out of there. It doesn't feel like that, or to pay more higher premium. They're like, okay, now we got to, you're high risk, so now I'm not getting that vibe, um, in that sense with this one. What I get more like less impact, less impact. Like I feel like I'm supposed to, be a part of some type of shift or change. I don't know if it's like, because I feel like you're gonna be sitting, like you might be elevated to another group. They keep giving me the vibe like I'm gonna go sit in on something, like either on another, like a higher tier or another group. I get this. I'm drawn to that. So it might be a bit of an elevation. It might be, well, being, like the nature of you, like what you do and how you do it, and how, maybe how safe you've been, like, nothing reckless here. So, how about you move into this next bracket? I get that vibration. I feel like there's some of an invitation as well. I sense that I see a shaking of the hand and something like an invitation, like on it to be in a different space. Is when I pick up a different space. Is what I pick up on. Like she's working with you, but at the same time, it's like she's telling you all these things, like how to continue elevating. Um, I get a strong sense of like looking like if you go this direction, this will help you in the long run. I get that strong, like being more helpful than, I don't get the sense that, because sometimes it's not that we're bad or don't want to do what's on the list of instructions to do, but we just, we want to call it clumsy, or we just make errors. We make human errors. We're human. We just didn't know at the time, but now we know. It's like, yeah, but you still gotta, pay the piper. I just not getting that vibe. I'm getting more like, Like, okay, like if you're not being there to be, you know, I guess instructed, does that mean you're there to be rewarded of sorts? I get the sense of being rewarded. Like I'm getting, like I feel like I'm getting rewarded in some way. Is what I get the sense of. Like you might find that like everything is a good standing, and then she may make a suggestion, that really gives you an extra perk. So okay, so you're in our, in our be safe club, something to that effect. It's like I do get this strong sense that she's there, and she's seems like she's there to be helpful. Like she's there to be helpful. Um, hmm Board member. Well, her, I think it's like she sits on. I feel like she's a part of something. Like she makes a decision. Like she's sitting on some type of like a. I don't know if it's a group of people who making like a judgment call. If it's like a group of like some people, maybe a few people who makes a judgment call, like, and everything checks out, then she can kind of like maybe move you both up, into a different, to something that's more beneficial in this new charter. Like I get that. I feel like she's gonna be helpful than disparaging. Like I'm not getting anything like vibrationally. Not even. Well, it's nothing personal. I just have to do my job. I'm not even getting that vibe from him. So even in the practical sense, I'm getting more like there's a reward coming from out of all of this ultimately in the end. Hmm 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 Okay. Mhm. Well, that's good. That is good. So we know how superstitious we can be. I get the sense that that's a sign that you're doing that you're achieving in the in the astral in the subconscious way. Like the way that people think of you. That's a perception of people. Like how do people generally in my life view me? And I believe they're saying how does she do it? Like you have a nice life. Your life is proving itself. Speak your life, the fruits of your labor speaks for itself. The winning witch, yes, the winning witch, yes, you're winning. You're winning, and and it is, the superstition of I can't explain it, how you do it. You got they say you got a lucky charm, you carry around somewhere in your pocket, where can I get mine, that kind of thing. I get that strong sense that, like you were given a glimpse, the way that the public thinks of you, or way that people think of you. I get the sense that being about them in the 3D, I think that it represents, like a glimpse how they feel. But I do believe that this is definitely some like universal type vibes. But like Christina, I believe like the energy here has a lot to do with that. They don't see you like bogged down. Regardless of what they may like in the consciousness in their waking world. They may want you arguing a lot and doing, this tornado everywhere you go, but of emotions, but they don't get that because no matter how much you that they say you want things, direct energy to, it is what it is, right? It's always reality. It's like people even say, like, why does this person get everything, and they, when I guess we're being judgmental, they're like, it's just not fair, like this person still is, what's the point of karma if they're if Rebecca's happy. Rebecca's supposed to be happy. She's winning, and on many levels, and so without having the ability, it's like I don't understand it, what she does, but she always gets out of all the jams. Like anything, obstacles, we channeled our way. That things, picking fights. She always finds a way to rise above it all. How does she do it? That's one thing I have to say about her, regardless of the other sentiment. So that's there's just acknowledging that you are doing well, but also in the dream world when they use the word witch, that also is a symbol of wisdom. So and then to put winning in front of it, definitely means that you have something a little extra that's getting you, to the other side of things. But it doesn't necessarily have to mean that so they've been preying on our downfall type of it, and that they're upset because it's been opposite for you. Maybe I would say no on that. I would say no, because when you introduced this energetically, it felt so peaceful, like almost like I could see there behind the eyes, and it was like good for you type of vibration. It's like good for you. You're like winning witch. Good for you type of vibrate. That's what it was like. It felt very, very much like it was peaceful, like they're at peace. And this thing, okay, sometimes we have to um, win people's energy because, like, the energy, like numbers, don't lie. No matter if our consciousness is mad, the inside is going to ring true and it'll play out in the spirit world. I don't even get the feeling that this is just like you're pulling respect out of them, as they say. That's not happening. This was stated, but freely stated. Like they stated it because it's the right thing to say. It wasn't that we, do some work, like they come through some reckoning and they just had to admit it wasn't coerced or prompted. Definitely by free will, they stated these words. I could tell energetically, and they felt good about saying it. It wasn't out of embarrassment or being put in a position of reckoning. So this is a good vibe. That's why I felt that this is definitely a universal energy as well. And it's definitely some universal energy in there. Mhm. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Right. Right. Absolutely. So what I can sense is that she she definitely has a described as a positive or beneficial energy, whatever she feels energetically. But nonetheless, it's very genuine for sure in a beneficial way. Um, Almost like you would describe it as all positive effects is what's left here. This at face value, and then now regarding, I do get the vibration that this is still manifesting. Um, it's like things are in circulation regarding the application. I think that you're liked. I think that you are already admired. I'm hearing, I'm hearing a strong yes. Like you definitely have the history, the experience that they're looking for, which is described as like positive. Like this is a very good application, fantastic, phenomenal, fantastic application. Um, Wisdom, yeah, we know that part. Definitely feel that you qualify. Like there's qualification. There's saying you qualify, but also qualifying the idea that the experience, like speaks for itself. You know, I get the sense that um um like you described, she's on on the board of sorts. That she's a part of this journey in some way. My goodness. Oh boy, easy does it. So they're even, I mean, gosh, they look at every little bitty, everything, don't they? Everything. So they also, like you managed your career, with care. So they're seeing that as well. Like recognizing, like I think they recognize integrity when they see it. They see integrity is what they're looking at. But also I think they're seeing your gifts. I think there was writing involved. Well, they are noticing your gift of information. There's no doubt about that. So, like like you speak like your application suggests. So that the decision. So this is their decision making. Okay, there's other factors that goes into there than into this than just the application itself, or like there's other things that they consider. Um, they said they even just consider, like, is it a risk to bring a person into this realm? Is what they just but they said pretty much that they feel confident and comfortable that you would be an asset. They see you as an asset ultimately all around. It's like this is a pathway into something greater, pathway to something better. Partnership, there it is, health wise, healthy partnership. You're competitive in the office or in this field. Yes, they definitely are feeling good about the application this far. And of course, Christina, she's a I think she's more of a beneficial energy into this, even without she saying anything or saying not saying much. It's like a lot of it talked about your process, and so to add, this seems more in your favor than it was. Definitely, it's just flat out more in your favor. It's either favorable or not. It would be pretty clear. Yeah, this in this sense is favorable. Hmm. Mhm. Mhm. Indeed. Mhm. And that's the vibe I got. Was more that she's of the light to you, beneficial to you. Someone who aligns with, because she truly believes that you can help. and make a difference. But she's also to you, you know, the way they're describing her, she just gets along with you quite well, as I picked up on. And I could tell, like, she doesn't give any sign, or like she would flip or nothing like that. No sign of hiding anything. Just, you know, a very, like, you know, very, like, interested in what you have going on for sure. Hospitable vibrations. Her energy is hospitable. Like, welcome. Like, she helped me to feel good about being, you know, like moving into this space. Hmm. Okay. Yes. She really will do that. She will get it circling around. She mean it. She means it. Because you know, I saw that she knows a lot of people. Maybe because of her position, but they describe her as being a bit of a, like a networker. And the moment you, like, you give, like, let's say the application, like she would, like she said, asking for your CV, like she will send it around to a lot of people. In fact, they use the word recognition. Like, people will recognize you through that connection, even as you go on, you know, to be a part of, you know, this A group. In interacting with her will definitely, you know, helps with the you know, like the numbers, the popularity, uh, numbers will go up. I mean, I think that's her gift. You know, she has this gift to connect with people. You know, she's like, she can, you know, she says one thing, it's like catchy, like wildfire. Like, it gets moving. It gets a lot of traction, you know, and like she has it down spiritually, like a science. She's really good at that. But like getting the CV around, it will find eyes, and the right eyes as well, the correct ones. She's very specific in this with this one. But also, she genuinely is, like you described her. She genuinely has a connection with you. So I think that she would be impressed with the CV and would want it, you know, the CV to land in front of the right eyes. Right, right, right. Well, it's a like the bullet point things, like the you know, like a one page cover letter that, you know, expresses, like, it could be the things that are bullet point that would be in the resume section. Mm, yeah, they yeah, we nabbed that from you all. You all were, doing CV. Like, what was it? What's the CV? They're doing the CV now. So we kind of adopted it. It's not even a requirement. We don't have to be like you guys. Yeah, ours are always upgrading, updating. Yeah, yeah, right. Okay, sure. Hmm. Okay. Is this with the friend? Is this the one with the friend? but he's okay. You wanted to know this, okay? Okay, I'm following. I'm following. All right, and you wanted to know about the judge, what's going on? Okay, got you. Oh, from your husband's angle, got it. All right, I'll start. So what I can see is this. Um, the guys, well, partners celebrate. Okay, something good is happening. The windfall. Okay. Well, hmm. Okay. This is very fascinating. It's kind of a little straightforward. Okay, so one side is doing a lot of praising, but then on another side, it's talking about what's not happening. So I'm gonna answer it backwards. So what's being pulled away is like the loss. I think that there was supposed to be like a like your Kevin's client is represented as somebody who is vulnerable. So that's okay. So it's fleeting. It's proving that, of course, we talked about your client is not vulnerable, and of course, your husband is very good, fantastic, right? He's fortified. Okay, so then the good part represents the partnership, which is positive. They're celebrating. In fact, like your husband's client is in high spirits, as is Kevin. His spirits are in high spirits, is what they're revealing to us. And this would be the world represents kind of like transcendence. So it's been able to go much farther than could ever one have hoped or imagined, with this, so like, well, it's like, thank you, to Kevin, who give me the ability to defend myself. I wouldn't be able to do this or get as far as I have. It's that kind of energy. So it's like it's going it's going well, quite nice so far. Three, okay, and I will quickly. So there's okay. Oh, okay, very quickly. So overall, have the ability to take things to the next level. It's like it's working. Your husband's way strategy is working, so far, is what I can see. Now, this is the highest vibration. Oh, by the way, I guess they're getting ready to go to the next phase or stage soon. There's another stage that's they're going to undergo. But I would say that's a sign of confidence, though, on your husband's side. This side of there's a confidence element to this. Like we're ready to press on and go forward. It could mean that. That's right. That's right. It can absolutely, like, but it felt like, okay, so it can mean that, and I say this is why I say it can mean that. Um, I felt that it was like preparing oneself for a result and outcome. On this is to your husband's side. So like a decision. Okay, so then making a decision, and then it's okay. So now what happens next, going forward? So like you describing a decision to be made. So something like that. That it's like the way that this is written also is like they kind of won. Like there's a winning element here. Like I feel like we like it feels like, oh, like it's very clear. It's like one like feeling like they're doing a phenomenal job, and of course that's your husband and his client, and then on the other side, not feeling that that they are fending the other team off, and it's kind of at a disadvantage. They're not feeling that, and definitely a sign of a bit of like winning that vibration that, well, we're on top of things, we're ahead of things, we got to keep this up, that type of vibe, but then preparing for some sort of outcome or result. That's the next phase, because I believe that's what this represents. This next level that they're describing is one of emotion. It's emotion. I think that represents like having heard the feedback or the results, and then the feelings that thereafter to sort of settle this situation. That's why I think that it's moving favorably into the direction that your husband is wanting things. Hope things to your client hoping things will go. Is what I get the sense of. This decision is something for lasting. I mean, they're coming at him, come to find out, for everything. So it's like protecting legacy, like he's fighting for his livelihood, all of it, the whole, everything is on this. And so it's like he has, what do you call it, resolve. He has peace of mind knowing that he, is, maintaining. He's and they're maintaining so far we want to say the best they can, but they're doing really great, today in the readings. And Stratton is doing fantastic, actually. And then onto the win would be, okay, this is like the kind of assistance beyond your dreams, that kind of thing. That's the vibe I'm reading. I think that the judge is siding with, and it's have even strong indication is sided with your husband's client on this. It feels very much like it's moving in that, or it has moved already, or there's some signs here that they're in high spirits already. We're talking about, well, some of it's like the future, the way they're gonna be in high spirits, but some of this they're already there and in good spirits about the incoming outcome. Okay. Mhm. Mhm. Okay. Let's see. Let's see what they say here. So the guides, the guides here in terms of time wise. So you did get the world, and that's okay. So that definitely would represent over the next month or so. But let's see what else is here though. I mean, that'd be like July, like mid July or something around there. I just sense that more so probably next week is when like the decision perhaps is, like you said, like I guess materializing. Okay, and I'm getting more like July, or at the end of the month, or something around there, like end of the month type of thing. Let's see, end of month. So the guides illustrate. There's a lot of signs that represent, um, that it's meant to happen, like in the framework. I would say, it's like, okay, so they wanted this done, um, within the month of June. They wanted to already have, I guess, have a decision in the month of June 2024, and then but some of the constellation still crosses over into 2 weeks, so that might be kind of like, I guess, where I sometimes see the emotions where they're at. That means your husband and the client, they're more or less in their own way, in their the emotions, feeling elevated because things are going as well as things are going. And so that must be why I'm getting the month of July. But here it represents, that their intentions was to have this completed, um, um, like while we're in the 2024 this month. And in terms of like days, it doesn't start until next week, actually, though. I know it's aligning with the, like, maybe like the final 2 weeks, something along the lines of that, like to get the answer, even if he's made the decision, like to like actually for your husband to get the answer, and the client to get the answer that they're hearing from the judge. You've got the justice right next to The timing would represent July as well. So I think that's the timing that roughly is like in the right. But I would start from actually the 15th. So like 15th, and then the final like 2 weeks of this month, somewhere in that time frame. That's what I would look at. So I wouldn't. I would advise maybe nothing for this week. It I think it's because of, well, there's a lot of like fast moving energy at the moment. It's like all of the like the faster symbols, they're in front at the moment, and they're in fact they're in sync with the timeline, and we're all like acting accordingly. It's like these symbols is, it's like the band, and we're grooving to that band, to the beat and to the tune. So I think that's why, why everything is just coming to us all at once. This week is things that are kind of like, it's there but it's stalled. It hasn't quite reached us, but we know it's there. Like, you might agree to something or have a signature, but now you're still waiting for something to completely go forward. So it's like time of completion still needs to happen for over the next, we'll say, 6 days, 6, 7 days. So I definitely would say more like starting on the 15th. Then I think that's when you'll say, okay, in like any time now, like you say, your husband should be looking for an answer, or like you might find that the date is sometime posted after, it'd be after the 15th, of course. Hmm. I know the direction it went. He is going to be, because it's like when you're mad at some. He took, okay, so his the one who's after the barrister, if I make if that is his role, is after your husband Kevin's client. Okay, he took this on. We got to talk about his personality. He seems so angry, like, like when you have a vendetta on somebody. That's what that means. Like, he's coming at this person with, like, it's like vitriol. Like, where does venom come from? Like, I don't, like, how does he summon this venom? He doesn't. It's like you would have to almost know this person about this level of venom. Like, he doesn't know this. Like, it's like he researched his client and developed a legitimate venom for this person, so to speak. Okay, so you get it. He just doesn't like. He does not like the client. He thought the client, if your client was, let's say, the bunny was a rabbit, then he's definitely more like an alligator or something, like a big, like the big serpent. They're like, that is lunch, and and it's my lunch. And then here comes your husband swooping, coming in and taking, it's like helping the client, excuse me, helping the client, and your husband is not allowing the opposite, to come in and take advantage of the vulnerability of his client and friend coming into the rescue. So like he is very mad because he was supposed to. And the thing is, he didn't even know that. Um, well, because he only knew that, um, if we move quick enough, we'll have this wrapped up in a day. We'll have them begging to wrap this up, and then the opposite happened. And not only that, it's a friend, and he's getting it. He's in a place of privilege, comfort, and so he's really upset because that wasn't the way he thinks it should have played out. He thinks he should have gotten him, and he would have had no one to defend him, and he'd be up in arms and losing everything. And it's, or it's like when you when it's like a the bully, but there's a one in the back that's doing more than anyone than any of the group, and he's got to show off what he can do for the people, for his group, So it feels very much like like you said, this person, the opposite is definitely personality wise, is definitely mean. This is a mean. In this instance, I'm not sure the way he is in other situations. He may be different, but in this one, he's definitely coming across quite mean in the reading. Like, it's like what do you call it? Like survival of the fittest. Reminds me of like survival of the fittest type of situation. Like I could totally take that guy, that kind of like energy, and then your husband steps in and is blocking that. Oh yeah, he definitely not gonna ever forget this one. He's gonna be sore on this one, like a sore loser. Right. I feel that she was I sometimes see her flopping on this though, not doing so well. I know she's very like an expert, but sometimes in this one little situation, it's like it's ineffective what she's got going on over there, whatever it is. She doesn't come through all the way. Makes me. It's almost like it's suspicious because she's been really getting along with you. Not saying I'm not inferring anything, but it's just interesting how it like it syncs up. It's like she's not very helpful in this matter, and then of course, it's like she needed you to do things, and so I think I'm not saying that she's playing off of that, like who type of situation, but I definitely get the sense that she's not very helpful, but she's more helpful because she's not helpful in the right context for a very sound like a very mean person, like be read for your with your client. I got really good like your client is a husband client is really a good friend. Like and this situation has really opened up his consciousness, to be a good friend in person and things like that. So it's like universe energetically is rooting for your client. So this is kind of checks out, it's kind of a secretly we're hand clapping under the table kind of bit well no one is really paying attention because yes Marika is supposed to be yes well it's business impartial. I'm just giving facts. It's just facts, but at the same time it doesn't even the facts he offers doesn't add up. It doesn't not helpful, and she's trying to get along better with you, and you're able to do like your doors opening up for you a little bit I won't say like the best experiences, but definitely experiences where you're in charge and you're taking hold of your future in your own on your own path regarding Marika. So she's not quite even in this situation where she's supposed to be on paper a bit of an opposite. Hey, it's just business. We'll all laugh about this later. Over lunch one day, and then it's not even it's not even in this situation. She's your a proper opposite. She's more helpful, not being much contributor. She's not contributing very much. Is what I picked up on. Mhm. Right. Like an unrelated type of situation. Unrelated. In fact, they don't seem to interact very much. They don't. I mean, they know of each other, but they don't. They're on two different subjects, two different opposites. Mm-hmm. And, uh, precise. Okay, I'm going to rest there. But to add, there is one point that I want to share. She gave strictly the facts, but like you said, it wasn't to do a takedown. It was like information where needed, sort of situation. Yeah, like I did the job. Okay, can I go now? It was like you said, and then it doesn't hold up, anything like that. It turned, like you said, very favorable for your husband, Kevin. Hmm. It's like what do you call it? The true justice. It's true like finding her way in all of this. Hmm. Yes. Oh yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. 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 Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Right. Mm. Right. Absolutely. Um, I do get the strong sense that I get the sense that it's only right for you to step into this zone. I know that you're extremely cautious, but having read for you, you allowed me to read for you a very delicate place that talked about like, for example, the things that are close related to like a track record element. It's like you have high integrity. You have handled this with such great care. like you like to follow the rules. That's what I plainly said. Just say it plainly. You love like you follow the rules. Like even when you work with your clients, you like they want to bend rules. Other people want to bend rules, and you're like, no, we have to like it's unconscionable, and it's even made you decide to go other directions with people because they wanted to break a rule that you needed to uphold. So with that said, I get the sense that you will want to do this because you're seeing something happen and you're seeing it while it's happening in the zone where right now the one thing we cannot uh, they say we cannot detract from is that you have a connection with the public eye at the moment, and also it's like every time you step into the space, you're creating as well in this space. But also, it's for to make change in the world, change in the industry. Of course, you make changes in the industry, you are changing the world, literally the way that people will live. Like when they get up to go to, if they go to a car, go to a taxi, to the train station, like you're creating a pathway that allows people to do those things in a lot of like in a huge way in a lot of cases. So it's like yes, you should address this in this space as you say, but I think that you're gonna do it in such a way, and so with that is with your high regard to being in the boundary line of what we where you feel comfortable with on the inside. I think that you would pull this off, but it's in a space that is at the moment is valuable. This speaking space that helps you to share information. Now you do know what one thing I would say, like as you say, well, what do you have to look out for? It's going to catch like wildfire. People are going to take it and run with it. It's going to grow and people are going to draw opinion. But that's what your gift does. It attracts eyes. But this one is definitely going to be along the lines. Remember, you said that there's certain kind of posts you try to steer away from because you don't want to get too distracted away from. Like they start expecting this all the time. You're like, but I like my technical posts. So and you had to do it in you said had to do it in stages. Okay, this is one of those moments where you're gonna write something like something that is like a bit of a controversy, and yes, people are going to really they're gonna truly genuinely attract to that, and a lot of eyes are gonna see it, and etc. And yeah, you'll have to be in charge of it, of course, like guide it, like guide people in and guide people out, to where you consider to be safety, like where there's protection for yourself, which I believe that you're going to be able to do that. I think you'll do that just fine. But I do get this strong sense that like addressing this like openly is kind of like like giving him the tap. I think that it's so. I get the feeling that it's a good thing. I get the feeling it's a good thing because he has his intentions, but yet at the same time you have your intentions. I'm also picking up on you've contemplated this for a while now. This isn't like the first time you brought it up. You really have been thinking about this for like a long, like we say, long and hard. You've been thinking about this for a long time, and really have gone into the mind to really make a decision. Do I write this article or no? Maybe you prayed about it, meditated on it. The I'm getting psychically that the post is likely, like it's really likely to be written, but it's a good thing. It's viewed as a good action. Like the action is productive. It's a productive action. Is what I get it from it. The guides did say this. The guides said you would it's like you also kind of get to channel out a vibration, like an emotion that he's causing you to like he can get a rise out of you because there's okay, so it's on the human element. I know he's doing a job, but at the same time he's like even he's wrong, even for the like he's taking on this task. Okay, That's what he does. That's what he's not always on the favorable side. Okay, but he knows like this. But it's just that it's like he truly is playing in the devil. Playing the devil. And this is different. It's like something about this is so different and so unnatural. You're like, I want to say something. You want to go at him. I think you want to go at him. Okay, I think there's things you need to say just because you just simply need to say it. To get it off your chest finally. So I think that's a nice, like clever way to have a release moment to release that energy that's pent up inside. Mm. Yes, he is. He is. But the good thing is you're choosing definitely your twin flame over him. You're choosing you made your choice. But that's a good thing out of it, definitely on the winning side. You're fight if you're for the fight it is, you're warring on the right side. You're the winning side, that's for sure. But yes, he's not gonna like that. He's not gonna like what you have to say. But at the same, like you said, he's not supposed to. He's always been a little out there, or like an enemy. Never were meant to trust him. And the good thing is, he always sly attacking, like under, like maybe like under the table, like. But you're like, okay, you're bringing like illuminating everything. I don't think he likes that's gonna be very uncomfortable. He doesn't like that. You illuminating, turning the lights on him now, but openly. Mm. Mm. Yep. Yes. Hmm. He will. He will get over it, and learn from it. It'll be a teaching moment too. Hmm. Oh gosh, at the same, I'm saying that, but my ears are ringing like a lot of attraction. There's gonna be a lot of attraction, a lot of retention on this subject. Big numbers. So like you said, it's got to be clever, but it's like also a really good one. Mhm, 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 mhm. Right. Mhm, mhm. Right. Right. Mhm. Yes, you will discover a way. Absolutely. And then I get this strong sense that that's like how, if you want to say it's time to derail this subject, and that's probably like how he ends up taking a turn. Like I see him grinding and unchallenged, but then kind of like I've gone too far and have to turn back. Like that's the vibe I get. He's like being submerged in a water, and he's like, that's far enough. I think I'll turn back now. And he definitely disrupting his what do you call his focus, his center of focus. So it's a good thing. Because when I look at him, facial expression, he looks like how people are like they're you could tell they think the facial expression, the way that their body is animated, and they're just riled up and just going after a single target. it's like you when you disrupt that, it's like the apprehension and this, turning away, shying away. It's like this person would have, he may have never like how often does that happen when you're that focused? But of course, it's beautiful when we're focused on things that are productive. In this case, like like going towards his target like a like he's raging bull, and you're breaking him from going any further. This distracts him. It's very well, it distracts his wave of consciousness, challenging his thoughts because it's also a very delicate place. It only takes a nudge, and you're going to give him the right amount of nudging to get him to to begin making a turnaround. He will make a, and of course it's unwanted. He didn't want to turn around. It's just his focus is broken, so he's not able to create in that space as easily. Like it's like like my gosh, somebody should say something already. When no one's saying anything, he's like he's unchallenged up to this time. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. 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 Yes. Yes. See, that's a vibe I get. It felt like the reason why like he sizes, like he was checking you out, sizing you up, see like what you could say, get an idea, and then continue on with what he's got going on. And um, I felt that he does check up on things like from time to time. Like he might, yeah, he definitely is around. I can sense his energy around. Um, but this one will definitely get his attention. But it felt like he would challenge you. Because sometimes I see like you like he could challenge it, and either someone doesn't think much about it, or they just like whatever, whatever, just keep on with their whatever they got going on. So this will be very different for him. Like like the tables turned on him this time. Turn the tables around and see how he feels about it. Um, but I just get this strong sense that you haven't heard from him because this felt like he already kind of made his assumption. It's like he said I'm so much more maybe bigger, like he may not as consider you to be much of someone who would come back, have a comeback or anything like that. It's like like he gives me that feeling like he tested the waters already. I get the feeling like I tested the waters already. She won't do anything until Rebecca does. Then there's, oh my gosh, what was that? Like no one does that. Who does that? So that is a vibe. This is gonna catch him off guard. Actually, it's a really good one. Like like you said, it's also in good taste because this is exactly what he does, and it's like this is what he kind of looks for. He kind of looks for this to see if it exists, and then it will. Mm, mm, Easy pickings. Mm, yeah. Mm, right. Mm. Have I ever? I think I feel like I may have mentioned it. He also yes, I did once upon a time. He also will want to write a book. You know, like a like a tell all, sort of like a book someday. So he's looking for these types of experiences. He's really like he has a job to do, but secretly he kind of also wants to be, like a person who knows everything. Knows who's been there, done that. Worked with deep in the world of scoop is, and was there face value, there for the conversation, and then write it in a book, and then of course go on to panels and talk about it. He wants to do that secretly. Hmm. 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 Right. Hmm. Exactly. Exactly. That is definitely, as you what is going to like derail um his track. This because yeah, that's why he's gone on, and that's why like certain subject matter that are would be generally other people would be in hot water if that were their take, or they would not be able to speak it as loudly as he had his voice can, is because no one has never said anything about it. And of course you're going to say something in a very specific direction, but it's definitely enough, to get him finally thinking, like making considerations of like, okay, consequences come with action. Okay, if I do this, somebody might. It goes from I do this and no one says anything. It goes to okay, someone might say something. Okay, so I got to get through that barrier, and so that's I get the vibration that this definitely will catch his eye. But I'm pretty sure that he'll be smiling as well because I like a nervous type smile, like got caught. Okay, you got me. Um, Also, when like you're describing, like somebody has to have been like feeding him or something, like getting information to him, like, and that is true. I know we did a reading on it before, and when you because you had that's just that same idea, that same suspicion, and of course the spirit world, they did say somebody is definitely giving him like inside information. He doesn't have to necessarily be there. They're able to get him some kind of information on a record, something that was stated and said, because very specific things that he says, you'd have to be there to write it down. I mean, that's very specific things. That means somebody is giving him that, like everything you just said, everything you just said. But that means you knew this for a while, so you have been like you knew that this day was coming at the right time. The timing is right as well, and you have enough traction yourself. So, oh, this part's for you. When you do this, like they said, you're going to attract a lot of eyes in it, as you're supposed to. But also, you'd be taking like the narrative, the themes. So that means you're taking on that vibration. You're taking on the vibration. So. Yeah. It's the same feature like when you're in the when you're having when this gift turns on and you're in the courts. It's this is happening, but now it's happening on the outside world or the social medias. So it's the same principle. It gives you an idea of what the experiences are going to be like, because it translates that. So like the courtroom, like when this happens, the courtroom will shift towards you. Well, then the internet will, as you say, will shift towards you. Of course, so you're gonna have all the eyeballs, but energetically, we're saying the conversation in this space will shift to you, and then it's maintaining that truth, the true knowledge. Okay, okay. Mm, 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 mm. Right. Yeah, I get the sense that um, so now some of this vibration was about the post, but it was personal. Like she's definitely looking at your world and looking at you at what you're doing. You're the author, and she's reading the article, but she's also seeing you. She's seeing the you who she knows in her mind's eye. She's still learning the way that you want to be seen. She's still struggling with that one because she sees you. They said that she would know you always by the version that is that was, as you say, gifted to her, the version of you that came to her. Like she's always looking at, is like seeing you above and beyond is always has been always will have been a challenge. Would also be a challenge for a long time now, but she had to learn that in the midst of learning the boundary. So this one's difficult to say out loud, but she wrote that, but she's also thinking of you in the hints of writing it as in, like your that stories you like this is what you do. But it's coming from the place it says you chose to do this, then contact me. You're supposed to be contacting me. How are you enjoying this? So that's a tough one. Like you said, you did the right thing. You arrived at a place where you had to block, and the energy you had to block her, to block the energy, to block the ability to see. That means, of course, that this was the spiritual thing to do, because this is where, okay, why do I feel much healthier after I've done this? So that means that to stay in that space, which is very difficult, to block or not to block the mom and dad or mom and parent. But then it's like, okay, yes, it's better to block mom. You did it. And it's like, okay, no, I feel so good. I feel much better. So it feels very much like this was personal. It was personal. Um, but yes, you may have taken that personal as well. But it was in regards to doing something that you love, and you not like you said, you traced it, you mapped it back to how she felt when you declined. It's like, I chose to do the things in life. This is mine. Thank you for the contribution, but now I'll take it from here. I can't accept that right now. Like, you're gonna do this, then come hang out with me. Like, I'm not gonna feel guilty and feel bad for doing the things I am drawn and called to do, love to do. This is the job, and you're really great at it. You're fantastic at it. But she wants you. She wants you. That's why it was so personal. But you are in charge of your boundary line. You are in charge of, like, how people connect with your empathy, like your inner energy now, including family members, including mom. And this is, you're sitting in your strength. This is where your strengths are. And this is good. This is a good thing. It's a good thing, a good action, a spiritual action, actually. It's a spiritual action that worked for you. This worked. This is the other one would not be, I don't consider it spiritual because it's destructive. And because it plays against the health, it plays against you, your principles, your mind. And so you've uncovered how to, as you say, execute, as you go all the way. You're able to go all the way and say, okay, I'm drawing a solid line. Because we've been practicing, right? We've been practicing drawing like a light line, a line that's a broken lines. Now you're like a solid line, many times over. There it is, clear and plain, everyone to see. So this is your spiritual moment. This is your true spiritual moment, which is beautiful because it does help you with things. It helps you with anxiety, all of the elements, because sometimes people could take us the opposite polarities, take us down. Some people can take us too far up, and this, eliminates those things. Again, you're the one in control. So when you're ready to, like, you're teaching how they may connect with you if you allow that. It's up to you. It's your choice. But this is the way that is proper. If we're going to connect, we're going to interact. This is the way it's going to be done, and this is very helpful for you, energetically maintaining wellness. Mhm. But she made a personal attack, though. That was personally directed to you, not the post. Mm, mm, right, right, right. It was out of the mom wanting, her daughter in her life. It was mom saying, "I want to interact with you, daughter. I want to interact with. I'm going to interact with you, but I have to acknowledge the post. I'm looking at the post, but I'm looking at you. I'm looking at the post. I'm looking at you. I want you." mm. And unintentionally, it wasn't meant to get you in trouble, or get everybody, like, the eyes, the tone police, on you. You're nothing like that. It wasn't meant in that sense, but it caught your attention, of course, and you took the correct channels, to resolve it. Mm. You're learning. Oh my gosh. There's so much to this, so much to unpack. That's how you know it's not spiritual, because it is something that is coming from someone who is just trying. Of course, they're doing it improperly. That's the problem. It's improper, and it's infringement. It's infringing on you. Yes, that's what it does. It cuts your cord like a knife, right? Does it does cut the cord like scissors. Yeah, like you felt disenchanted, disconnected, and that's in fact when I mentioned you tapped into where you felt it wasn't no longer spiritual, that you were connected with, and that is an offense. It's because you start to it makes you think it turns on your inner voice. You start thinking all in the mind, and that's not good, because wherever your mind may take you, those thoughts. And so you had to go this other route to reconnect with spirit. You'll be able to connect with that post again, but you'll need to clear your thoughts, or clear the experienced thoughts that has happened with the interaction with your mom, the post. Then you'll naturally reconnect again. You'll find the chord again. It's still there. It's just you're addressing your mom in the post at the moment. Mhm. So with that the energy that you felt when you felt the disconnect from your post, that's what we're claiming is not spiritual. That's not spiritual. That engagement should have led you further, more deeply with your post, if anything, not disconnect from, as we say, the world around, life around you. So to where you're now, you're all these thoughts are wildly, like rolling around in your mind. That's a like you said, it's a disconnect. That's a disconnect from everything. Their spiritual path, just huge distraction. But the beautiful thing is that the road is still there. It feels like somebody just pulled the energy apart, but that's not true. It's just that like you turned your attention to address this subject over here. But once so it's a matter of recentering, refocusing, and zeroing back in, and then in fact, to test it, if you're clearing out your thoughts and going in and going beneath everything, you'll find that you are seeing glimpses of the post, the vibration, the remnants, and then once you see a traces of it, you just follow it and connect with it, and you will flow right back into the post naturally. You gravitate right back to it. So it's not lost. It's not lost. It's buried. You could say it's buried. That's a fair way to say it. It's buried, but it's still very much alive. Still very much there. Mm-hmm. 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 Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. 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 Hmm. Right. I get the sense that in this particular journey, like you said, it's you can like it's in strides. Like like you know which ones are going to do the excellent, but it's just that it's like it's like starting new like a new conversation. So if you when you do a new post other than like along the lines of the topics that's the typical, you are drawing new eyes. You're drawing. I mean, new. When I say new eyes, I mean completely new and like personalities. You have very unique personalities, and then unique viewer. Then you have some that say, "Oh, I found you because of this topic that I'm interested in." So, and this new topic could mean, okay, so these are new and some new people, new faces here, new eyes. Um, so there's that. So in other words, it may be like a subcortic category that needs to be developed, cultivated, um, and then of course you're tapped into like the technical posts, the posts that pull in the most, the biggest views. Then you might say, okay, as normal, as normal. So it isn't like you say a decline in content or your ability to produce it, because it's like, okay, that would mean for the next three, the next five, the next 10 are declining. That would be that would be bad. That'd be a problem. That'd be an issue. But that's not what this one is. So it's just that you're introducing a new thing that has to catch on and develop its own. In fact, it might develop its own audience. And you have a group for the technical, and because you're tapping into this other area, you might develop as you be developing a group in this area. Of course, the group in this area section, like you mentioned earlier, may draw eyes. Okay, let me try to see if I can keep up with the much bigger ones, the technical posts, and might be interested in those. So this is just because you're tapping into a new group, and it just needs cultivating. And so it's like it's done correctly, right? This is a new group of eyes. Mm-hmm. 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 Right. Mm-hmm. Yes, that's what we're talking about. Like a new type, a new like because we attract a lot of intellect, and then you get a creative. It's like, oh, okay. So if you want more creative types as well, along with we focus on these types of posts that pique their interest. And of course, they might want to broaden their because when they fall in love with the author, right? They might want to broaden their horizon. They might read the technical posts. Mm-hmm. 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 Right. Right. Well, I get the sense that how the things are meant to like pull you both into travel, because you both are like supposed to get like another invitation to go on another trip, but it's like going with a group, or going with a couple, or someone that you favor, that you like, that you're drawn to, you want to spend time with them. I did get that feeling in the context that that would work out. That absolutely would be something that it's in, like you said, it's in like it's developing. It's still, everyone is still growing, connected, like making connections. um Jenna is making connections. She's not the only one. There's others. There's other people. It's like this trip definitely brings everyone closer, socially. A social, of course, like if you go on an adventure, like you said, we're probably stronger in number, and we can look out for each other, and I don't have to like be there by myself. So I got that feeling that this like sometimes I get flashes of people trying to convince Kevin and yourself to go on a trip with them of all walks of life, and like, please go to the trip. I need somebody to talk to. It's I think that this was an easy one. Like, definitely there's a trip gonna come out of this one. Like, because it gives them a reason to go on the trip. And also they really do like talking to you, like meeting a new friend. Like, they like your friendship. They like Kevin's friendship with, yes, they love that. um I'm also getting hints that Kevin goes on the trip, he will enjoy it. He will. It may not sound like much, but he will enjoy it. He will enjoy the trip. I could see it in the vibration. It's an energy thing. When she speaks about the trip, or what he's discovering the trip, it doesn't seem like his taste. But I also get this sense, like, it's a big place. It's a big enough place to have different experiences of all kinds. So I felt that there's going to be parts where he's like, okay, well, it wasn't what I expected. It isn't that bad. So I get that strong sense, like, we'll get something out of it. Is he taking on the trip? But now Janet and Vibration, she's really taken to you, but there are others. There are others around, I felt, who want to get to know you as well. Sometimes this the group that's meant for travel, they also appear in groups. Like, it's like sometimes like sometimes like a soul group. Like a group goes like soul group, and we're all somewhat have an intention to do, and we do it. We get together and we do it. So it feels also that's a part of the deal. So I do like that idea. Oh, and they say that this is a way that introduces you to social realms. So we're all green light. We're all for that over here in the spiritual world. We want, definitely. They say the spiritual guides over there wanted Kevin and you to do the social things, because the doors that open. Sometimes it's kind of like you described it to me once before. Like sometimes things will happen in one area of life that affects the other. That's what that's it's like this trip opens up mystically metaphysical doors for you both to enter socially that you that will find you, by the way. The doors find you and open themselves in some strange way. You find yourselves being, hey, you should come to this dinner, and you come there, and then next thing you know, they want you to be a part of it in some way. It's like, oh, I thought I was just here to observe. It's like, mm, well, we taken a liking to you. We like you already. So if it was open, would you consider it? Yeah, maybe we'll think about it. Just give us information. Well, how about now? We could sit down and talk about it right now. It's like, gosh, you're moving pretty quick. Moving quickly on this. So it feels very much that people will definitely try to encourage you to do some like things like travel is one of them. Um, Events is another one. Um, but also, okay, so it's the people who make up these events. I always felt that, you know, in their, I guess, in their waking life, they're in like different like positions in, that conversations that will be had opens minds, and then of course open minds open for shifts that can really be beneficial to society in a lot of ways. So I felt that there would be very important conversations that come out of the traveling and events and things like that. So it's like there is a, you want to say, a spirit, like a spiritual job along with the travel. Yeah, it's like you're enjoying it, but there's also, okay, I know there's a spiritual reason. Okay, yes, you're on the travel, but yeah, spiritual reason happen, and you end up having a conversation. Otherwise, not on the trip, the conversation couldn't be had, and actually, it's a lovely, productive conversation, and you learned a lot, and you've seen a lot, and you've seen the world, like all of that at once. So I felt that that was important. Oh, by the way, I felt that this is also how you like universe's way of reaching your husband Kevin. By the way, yep, that's how he reached Kevin. Of course, you're the twin flame, so to reach Kevin, reach the both of you. So both of you travel together. So, but that's the way that spirit speaks to both of you. Mm. Mhm. Mhm. Yes. Okay. Awesome. Hmm. Yeah. That's awesome. That's amazing. And that's right. That's right. That's how the universe needed to get a hold, or chose how to get a hold of the both of you. Hmm. Yes. Hmm. Yeah, and Spirit's been saying that to me in every other reading, and yeah, so I know at least since the turn of the year, periodically encouraging whenever it comes up and it's appropriate to respond, that you take this up more. Yep, yep, that's so true. Hmm. The pleasure. Yes. Okay. I'll be here. Okay. Oh my gosh. I really wanted to talk to you too. I really wanted to talk to you. Tulsa, are you from Tulsa, Oklahoma? Oh yeah, I lived in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I've been there. I love Tulsa. Uh, yeah. I went to a school, and oh gosh, their school is so big. I didn't realize how big that school was until, obviously, years later, when I think about it, that was a huge school. The school was big. That school was so big, literally, we had to like entertain ourselves. Because the school is so big, so many students, like, and everybody looked like adults. So when I think about it, no, me, oh yeah, I'm one of them. Yeah, we all look like adults. I'm like, people are asking me, well, you gotta be 30. And oh my gosh. Yeah, yeah. Um, good times, good times. Like, and they had all the resources, like literally, like if you had an idea, you just did, like you said, I have an idea. Okay, how long you need this? Uh, and then they open it. You only needed one, like one faculty member or something like that. You could have the whole auditorium just because you. Well, I think it's a little more difficult than just one person. You can't. One person can ask, but you need a facilitator. But it has to be a project, so it does have to. But pretty much, like, yeah, that was insane. Okay. Anyway, yeah, I did love. Yeah, I loved Tulsa. I was I? Let me see. I hadn't gone wild yet. I, I didn't go wild yet. Hmm. Yeah, not at that time. I was pretty decent, I would say. I was figuring out the responsibilities things. Oh, that's also where I received my first tarot deck. That part happened. I received the tarot deck, my first tarot deck, 'cause I was reading regular playing cards, and and I also had earned the 2 volumes of Rider Waite book, and I guess like about the tarot card branch that I was studying, which is the Rider Waite. Come to find out, I intuitively chose that deck, but the Rider Waite deck is pretty much where most new beginners choose this deck. It was interesting that I intuitively chose the Rider Waite deck. Yeah. So I've been reading for a long time, a long time. So I was when I say the young teen, I just got there, but I made the correlation that we all look like adults. That's because we literally could do anything you wanted. I mean, literally, it was up to you like if you went to class or not. It's just too big. So many kids. They had security. I remember even they had security, but everyone would behaved so maturely. Like, and we also, I mean, there was a time like we celebrated each other. I remember that. Uh, they even broke up fights. I mean, if someone was getting riled up, people would step in between and calm. Like the older people would come down from out of their. They look like I remember. They look like like a corporate style meeting room. They would eat lunch, and if they see any of us getting ready to, kind of, you know, let our energy flow, they would come. These two, and they would seem so poised. You'd be like, you don't. I mean, it was like mind boggling. You'd be confused. You're like, hey man, aren't you you're a kid, aren't you? He looked like somebody looked like CEO number one and VP number two, and they're like, hey, like cool it, like relax. There's plenty of places to sit. You just to sit over there. Relax. Like faculty was like, they didn't have to do anything. They didn't have to discipline. The kids got it. The seniors got it. They didn't have to do anything. Oh gosh. That's also when I had I had a weird teacher. My teacher, right? She had us lie down on the floor like this, and how to meditate. And I think she was like, yeah, focus on a red ball. Like that was the first time I ever did something like a guided meditation. And I was like, and I was like, I want to do this. I want to do this. And everything that I sent out there to the universe, to the meditation, I got it. I got it. Well, at the time, it was very innocent, but I did include, I said, it was kind of like this. I said, because it was a drama class, I admit. So I was in a drama class, and I said, I want to be an actor, because naturally, right, it's innocent, right? I want to be an actor. That's it. I want to be really great at reading tarot cards. Oh, I want to be a psychic, and what is metaphysics? And I sent it out there as far to the universe, and that that exactly happened. I went through all the channel. I did professional, the theater, all that. I did all that. Okay, blah 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 blah. That was when I was in my young career. Okay, so yeah, it's amazing. Got to do a lot of things. Anyway, this semester, I want to do my own thing because I used to like I want to be a part of this, I want to be a part of that, right? And all that happened. But this time I am if I want to like this is the generation I'm part of it. I'm still here, right? You can like create that yourself. So I'm like, yeah, I want to create that myself. Because usually I want to be a part of it. Now like I want to create that. So yeah, but I would not have thought it would be YouTube. Well, my time frame would have been like a stage, let alone a camera. I did get camera time, but I mean, I would have thought like a stage. And so anyway, that was like, so I want to create. I wouldn't have had the words to say YouTube because what is the internet? But definitely I could say that today. Yeah, you can. Hey, they didn't say we could not update our meditation. So yeah. Hmm. Yeah. So I have not been to Oklahoma in years. I I left Oklahoma for California. But I started my psychic work in Oklahoma, and also as opera organization. It's opera. It stands for Organization Psychic Educational Research Association. Yeah, in Oklahoma. Mhm. Now my mentors are, I'm pretty sure, you know, that they a few of them passed, either passed or they are laid to rest, or they are late to. I'm pretty sure they laid to rest. But I have other mentors that would be more like just chillaxing. But mhm, yeah, yeah, that's where was it. Well, it's not my first mentor. My first mentor was a medicine woman, and she was in a different state. But I do think about glaucoma from time to time. Well, I think it's subjective because that's where I started. So yeah. So I would say I was gonna say yeah, I miss the parties. Well, that's subjective. That's where you partied at. You see, the other places, it just never felt the same. So every time secretly I'm in my brain, I'm like, if I ever want to sneak off and party, I'm definitely gonna. I know where I'm gonna go. I'm definitely going to Oklahoma, but I know exactly where I'm going in Oklahoma. And then I would, like a memory lane. um, yeah. Some people say, but see, that's the thing. I know where to go. Oh god, that's so funny. Yeah. In Tulsa, also I would be more. I know there's two sides. No, mine is north side. You know what that is. I hope they don't have that anymore. They used to have all that. But they were actually nice. Like that's when they were respectable. Thank goodness. Like they look at you like, oh yeah, right, stay in school. So they were very respectful. Um, it's when now outside, I they're much disrespect. They're not as respectful. So I know firsthand. Anyway, a lot of coded messages with that. So if we may come back to the future, uh, they don't have much to say to me now. I was like, yeah, oh man, what you doing? So anyway, uh, I'm in charge of the psychic realm as planned. Okay. Oh, I gotta go do something. I'll be right back. Hold on one sec. Hmm. Okay. Whoa. 35 minute tier. I am logging out now. I'll take it.